With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region. With integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission Meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, John Howard, Ward 1, Mayor Pro Tem Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff, Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, with Interim City Manager Stephen Carter, City Clerk Sonia Tolbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission Meeting.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, July 6, 2021, and we have a special call meeting this morning. Could you call
Yes, sir.
the roll?
Yes. Well, let me read the call first, if that's okay.
Okay, I thought we were going to call the roll first.
Oh, well, we can call the roll first.
Okay.
Okay. Ward 1.
Here.
Ward 2.
Here.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Ward 4 is here.
Ward 5.
Here.
Ward 6.
Here.
Mayor.
Mayor's here. If you'd read the call, please, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
This is dated June 30th, 2021. Mayor and Commissioners, there will be a special call, virtual and in-person City Commission meeting on July 6, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. in Room 100 of the Government Center building located at 222 Pine Avenue, Albany, Georgia. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss and/or approve the following resolution, which is authorizing a vote in favor of Purdue Pharma LP Chapter 11 bankruptcy plan. Is signed by the mayor and Commissioners Fletcher and Young, and Commissioner Howard, Fuller, Warbington, and Langstaff was notified via email and delivery.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Davis, I think this is asking for authorization to consent to a proposed settlement against one of the defendants in this opioid litigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Probably the.
Would you tell us about this?
The lead defendant, Purdue Pharma. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and explain it to us what we're.
All right, sir. It's on. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Purdue Pharma. This is well-known bankruptcy involving the opioid litigation. Pursuant to bankruptcy, when you attempt to reorganize, you have to have a plan that finally gets approved by the bankruptcy court. And the process that you work through is to come up with a disclosure statement and a plan. And so they've reached that stage. Total together, both of those documents exceed 500 pages. The disclosure statement lists all the debts and how they intend to pay them. And in summary form, the plan is to establish abatement trusts, which will be funded by Purdue. And these abatement trusts will be used to abate the problems that the various governmental bodies have incurred, and you'll see charts showing how the percentage of the funds are intended to be distributed. The money will go from a practical standpoint to each state, and the attorney generals of each state will deal with the local governmental bodies such as the City of Albany. This is kind of how it's done, with funds. They go through a state agency for construction, for example, and that's GDOT, rather than deal the federal government directly with each local government. So that'll be the process here. If this plan is finally approved, that is the process. And again, the percentages are in your notebook, and That's kind of a brief summary of it. The attorneys, the firm out of Alabama that we hired, James Crowley Dixon, are in favor of it. And, frankly pointed out that if this plan is not approved, they're thinking the whole thing basically will fall apart, and then it would just be back to one-on-one type stuff. So I'm open to any questions you might have about all that. Thank you.
Commissioner Howard?
Nathan, good morning.
Good morning.
You said that we are not sure whether this this is going to be approved, right?
Well, the voting deadline is the 9th, and when the votes come in, then the bankruptcy court will take a look at it.
Okay,
I
that's
feel
it.
confident that if they get enough votes, the bankruptcy court will, when you have your final hearing on a Chapter 11 plan, you have to show your plan is feasible. That's the key word. And from 500 pages, and I'm not telling you I've read all of them, but this is about the only way that the matter looks like it can be handled. The present shareholders of Purdue Pharma or the company will in effect go out of existence, but there'll be a new company called NEWCO that will apparently make some other products, I'll call them, that are beneficial, will stay in business, and the family that controls Purdue are setting up these abatement trusts as part of the plan. That's the key part, is that's how the plan would be feasible. You've got to have money, and so the money's going to come from the present shareholders of Purdue Pharma. Thanks for the question.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Worthington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Mr. Davis, you said, so this is the main defendant in the litigation? In this letter, it talks about there being a lawsuit in West Virginia and New York. Are those other manufacturers of the same class of drug?
Yes, sir. This is Johnson & Johnson. I saw in the paper they just settled, I believe, with the state of Oklahoma recently. Mm-hmm. And but there are other ones. The large company based in Israel, Teva, is also one of the named defendants, but Purdue is the one, kind of, hate to call them the flagship, but that's what they appear to be in this in this industry. And I believe it's the Sackler family out of Philadelphia that are the actual shareholders.
So what we need is a motion offering the resolution.
Yes, sir. Motion and a second. Thank you.
Okay. The chair would entertain a motion.
I offer the resolution and ask for its adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Commissioner Howard?
No further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussion.
Commissioner Worthington?
No discussion.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No discussion.
Commissioner Young?
No discussion.
Okay. So can we call the question, please?
Sure. Ward 1,
Yeah.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. Before we adjourn, Mr. Davis, certainly not your responsibility, but I think we need to identify the best use of these funds to address the opioid. And there's a lot of money, but once it gets down to the city of Albany, it's probably not going to be that much money. But we need to have a plan to assist the people who are addicted to the drug. I remember, with the tobacco settlement, the states kind of got to use it like they want. And, so if, Ms. Carter, if we could do that, start looking what other cities are planning on doing with the money that's available. Okay.
I think you're right, Mayor. I think that's why they're calling it abatement trust funds. They want to see some sort of trust fund type document.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Okay. That concludes the special call meeting. Now, call to order the July 6, 2021 work session. We need to call the roll again, Ms. Tarver?
No, sir.
Okay, we don't. Okay. First, we have speaker appearances. Mr. Henry Mathis. Mr. Mathis, you ready?
Good morning, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. Why are we here? Why are we here? You elected to serve constituents. You elected to make policy for the city. You elected to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. Mayor, my commissioner, Commissioner Fuller, Commissioner Fletcher, Commissioner Warmington, and Commissioner Langstaff, you recently block voted to put funds from Executive Order 13985 in the city's budget assigned to the approximately $315 million sewer project. The funds were discretionary funds, and you had the right. Let me say that again. The funds were discretionary funds, and you had the right to put the funds wherever 4 or 5 votes decided. However, the executive order identified underserved, underprivileged, and pandemic-hit communities of color that should be considered for some, if not all, of these funds. But the majority members gave no consideration to those communities of Black and brown citizens. Therefore, I have several questions for the 5 of you. 1, what constituents were you listening to? I know that all 5 of you represent a predominantly Black constituency. That's a known fact because of the makeup of the city of Albany, 78% African American. So what constituent were you listening to? Because the constituents that I was talking to in all of the wards were in favor of some of these funds being set aside for certain projects, though that the community, the Black and brown community, had no shovel-ready projects to go. There were some projects that I thought was worthy of some of those funds. So what constituents were you listening to? 2, second question, why did you not put some of the funding in Driscoll Park as opposed to using SPLOST funding? There was some talk that some of that fund would go to Driscoll Park. There was some talk. 3, why did you not put funds in East Albany? Commissioner Fuller, you allowed the former city manager to close the only public gym that was left open in East Albany and give the money and give it to the Boys and Girls Club, therefore putting hundreds of young men and women out of recreation, free city recreation. Turner Gym was the most utilized gym in the city, and you gave no consideration to reopening it. Those 2 facilities, in addition to Henderson Gym in Ward 6, provided recreation for the various areas. Question 4, will you, in your infinite wisdom, amend the budget to support, set aside some of those $10 million funds identified in Executive Order 13985? Will you amend the budget so that some of that money can go to communities of color? The county has, with its makeup of commissioners, the county has set aside its $17 million for future planning. East Albany has not one public swimming pool. It seems to me, a former member of this body, that the majority are not serving the constituents. Finally, Mayor, you stated that water, gas, and light services will go up. Well, what you didn't tell the people was that their garbage is going up by $2.69 per household as a result of giving a garbage contract to an inexperienced bidder with an inexperienced minority. Will you 5 vote to return the city back to having primary elections so that candidates will have to declare their party affiliation? And I think, given the fact that this
That's
bill,
5 minutes, Commissioner. Thank you.
that's it.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Howard?
Mr. Mayor, don't have a question for Mr. Mathis, but if you were so kind, let Mr. Derek Brown come to the podium. I need to ask a question since he mentioned something about in East Albany.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, after everybody go around, I can let him come, if you let him come to the desk for a minute.
Okay. Well, Mr. Brown's going to speak today. Can we wait till then? I mean,
If he's gonna speak, I just
Okay.
hope I
Okay.
make
All
sure I got my question.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, no questions, but I would like, Mr. Mathis, thank you for coming this morning. Mr. Carter, he mentioned Driscoll Park, and I'm following that process of that, and I assume that it's still on track, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That park has already been slated for renovation. Money has been allocated to it, and that project is already underway.
Okay, and then we don't have a pool on the east side. Isn't the Boys and Girls Club, Thornton Gym, is that on the east side?
Thornton Gym is.
Is it open?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mathis.
Commissioner Worthington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Ms. Young?
Good morning, Mr. Mathis. Thank you for your comment. I guess kind of clearing up the point about Thornton Gym, would you like to, talk about that as you see it?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Thornton Gym, the pool is only 1.5 to 2-3 feet. I can't swim in the pool. The people who were using Thornton Gym did not have to pay any money to utilize Thornton Gym. But because of a relationship with the then CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, and now who's the minority partner in the garbage collection business, got with the city manager, and they concocted this idea, we'll give the Boys and Girls Club the gym. Didn't realize that they would be putting hundreds of young African-American men and women and European-American women and Hispanic-American men and women out of city recreation. So yeah, there's a park at East Albany, Commissioner Fletcher, but hell, I can't swim in it. It's not deep enough. It's only about 2 feet. I can't swim in it. I can't swim in it. You mentioned Driscoll Park. You're taking money from Splash 7. Not the 139.85. So my concern is, who are you serving? Who in the hell are you guys listening to?
Okay. You got any other questions? Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. You also mentioned the plans that the county government had intended to do with their part of the American Rescue Plan money. The mayor and other commissioners have signaled trying to, sit down with those other governments, including the school board, to maybe try to, figure out some way to, help them spend their money. Would you be adverse to doing that?
Well, Commissioner, I think the county has demonstrated leadership when it comes down to Executive Order 13985. My commissioner, Commissioner Clinton Johnson, was one of the supporters who voted to set aside the $17 million and come up with a comprehensive plan to disperse these funds among the underserved, the underprivileged, and the pandemically affected communities. This body is independent of county government and the school board. This body has been elected to bring forth a vision, to bring forth a plan, and to bring forth fiscal responsibility that will address the needs and the concerns of the community. So are you asking me, if you're asking me, do I support them getting together? Yeah, they can get together. But we, the city residents, are looking for this body, my commissioner, Commissioner Fuller, to take a lead and bringing forth a plan. You guys never even thought about, mention about bringing forth a plan to address that $10 million that you received. You just voted 5 votes and put it in the budget for the $315 million, approximately $315 million sewer project. And I think that was definitely not the right thing to do.
Okay.
That's what you're asking me.
Any other questions, Commissioner Young?
No, that'll be it.
Okay. I would say that one thing Commissioner Matthews has pointed out, there is a deficiency of recreation in East Albany. We know that Turner Gym was basically demolished in a disaster. The closure of Thornton, or the conversion Thornton to Boys and Girls Club, was a decision that was made some years ago, but we have recently commissioned a master plan, and I'm sure that master plan is going to identify that issue, the need for further recreation facilities in East Albany, and I'm trusting that the City Commission in future years will address that issue. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, will you answer the question that I asked? Will you answer it?
I'm not here to answer your questions,
No,
Commissioner.
but as
Yes,
mayor,
thank you.
as mayor of the city, I'm point blank asking you, will you lead the commission to amend the budget to set aside some of that fund?
Thank you, Commissioner Mathis. We appreciate you. We appreciate you appearing today.
We thank you, sir, for
Thank
serving.
you. Okay. Now, Mr. Anthony Say. Is Mr. Say with us? Is Mr. Michael Harper with us? Yes. Okay, Mr. Harper, step up. Good morning.
Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, City Commission members. I'm here today to speak on the Biden Rescue Plan. The people of Albany provided the suffering to justify the Biden Rescue Plan. The people provided the suffering. This Biden Rescue Plan was based on observations made by institutions outside of Albany and Dougherty County. They're the ones who made the decision to send this money down here. Albany got 20 million, and Dougherty County got 17 million. There are even local organizations like the Oswego Rising that got involved in other funds that will come down to alleviate some of this suffering. Not one penny of the Biden Rescue Plan has been spent, proposed to be spent on the suffering of the citizens of Albany. Not one penny. The people, the Gang of Five, showed no consideration of the suffering. Not $1, not 1 quarter, not 1 nickel, not 1 dime, not 1 penny. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you put yourself on a corner where I have made this decision, and that is it. It's almost as if it's a war against the citizens of Albany and the city council of those 5 members. Dougherty County got $17 million. They've decided to use at least a portion of it to alleviate some of the suffering. There was, at that last meeting, some citizens out here protesting the abuse of that money. I would think that the city council might have said, well, you know, wait a minute, we weren't expecting this. Let's reach out and find out where did this come from? I remember some people saying, well, we had several meetings that they could provide input. But I didn't see any of the proof of that. I'm pretty sure that there were people up here before then that decided against the use of that money. Instead, the city council, the Gang of 5, decided, well, you know, this is not right. We shouldn't have all these people coming out here doing this. So instead of trying to figure out why it was done, your reaction was, let's prevent it. Let's make sure it don't happen again. We don't want those people coming out here and voicing their opinion in the courthouse. We don't want that. It wasn't a violent protest. No damage done. No one was arrested. No laws were broken. But the only thing that this commission said was, we got to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I can only assume they were talking about legal reasons why it should not happen again. And not, well, let's reach out to these people and find out what's the source of this anger, of this discontent. I feel like this decision is going to damage the relationship between the community and the Gang of 5. So I'm only here today to ask you to please consider the abuse and the misuse of the Biden Rescue Plan, and to use at least a portion of it to alleviate the pain and the suffering of the people of Dougherty County. Because with the usage and the dispensation of that monies, you're saying that there is absolutely no consideration for the suffering that people have.
1 minute, Mr. Harper.
Okay. There will be, the monies was used for the sewer. If the last time I heard it was $200 million. $20 million is a small dent on that. And so there are going to be more monies coming around for the sewer. As best I know, there will be no more money coming to Albany to alleviate the suffering of people caused by COVID-19. No more money coming. So I would take this opportunity to please ask you to reconsider the usage of this Biden Rescue Plan, not only to help the people, but to at least make the people feel that the City Commission does care about the people. By taking this whole $20 million and put it down the sewer, just like saying we don't care about the suffering caused by COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Any questions for Mr. Howard?
Thanks, Mr. Harper.
Okay, come, Mr. Harper. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Harper?
No questions.
Ms. Fletcher?
Well, thank you, Mr. Harper, for coming, and I would like to tell you this, because I don't think anybody up here doesn't care about everybody. Sometimes what you see, you might not feel that, but many of us were in close contact with Congressman Bishop's office, and I don't know, you follow the news, so you remembered what happened in Michigan a couple of years ago with their water. Well, Berrien County is going through the same thing. They are almost about on the verge of being the next Michigan with their water. And people seem to be a little upset that we want to fix a problem that we've been dealing with for years. But to get this sewer system is going to help everybody in this community, every single person, Mr. Harper, black, white, and brown. And again, please remember that in 2025, if we are not on top of this project, we will be facing a $50,000 a day fine, and that's only 3.5 years away. This is a project that is, the EPA is saying we have to complete. A lot of people don't want to tell that story, but Mr. Harper, if we end up getting into a system that gets any worse than what it did during Hurricane Michael, or we face a $50,000 a day fine, it will be on the backs of all property owners, all constituents of this community. We are facing so many challenges in this community, and we talk all the time, all of us, not just a gang of five, sir, which I assume that's the new name for some people, but this is a committee of 7, and we do talk, and we do try to be as fair as we can. But this sewer project is very important, and healthy water is very important. A lot of people, because it's from the surface on down, they don't see it. We are in communication with Congressman Bishop's office, which all of us hold the most respect for him, and we got word from their office that we did the right thing. So a lot of times, maybe just part of the story is being told, but I promise you, sir, the health and welfare of this community was thought about when we took that vote to work on our sewer and our water. Thank you, sir.
If I may respond, yeah, I'm well aware of the sewer situation. I'm also well aware of the amount of money it's going to take, and I have to question using this entire piece of money for that. The world still goes on. That problem didn't create itself in the last 6 or 7 months, and there's more money coming back. Another thing is that I didn't say that the commission did not care. What I said was the dispensation of the monies makes it look like you didn't care. It took all the 20 million and put it to the sewer and none to the people, which, and I know that the infrastructure was also mentioned in that plan, but it was only a number of several issues. But this commission decided we're going to spend the whole 10 million, 20 million, whatever you want to call it, we're going to spend the whole piece on the sewer. As I mentioned earlier, not $1, not 1 quarter, not 1 nickel, 1 dime, 1 penny. That speaks volumes. That speaks volumes of what to relationship between the community and the commission. The decision was made not to spend 1 penny, not 20 million, not 10 million, not 5 million, not $1, not a quarter, not a dime, not a nickel, not 1 penny to alleviate the suffering of the people. And the suffering of the people is what caused that money to come down here in the first place. So I did not say that the commission did not care. I said the usage of that funds made it look like you didn't care.
Well, we used 10 million. So, I mean, there's a little bit of gap between 10 million and 20 million, but again, there's tons of homes out here that have been flooded and damaged, and maybe that doesn't make the news. Maybe what homeowners on north, south, east, and west are going through. Maybe, Mr. Harper, that doesn't sometimes play into this. But that is suffering when you have a home and it gets damaged and it gets flooded, and our water and our lift stations get into our rivers and our sewage spillage. That, sir, is caring. We just have so many things that we have to look at. We still have another 12 million coming. So it's not that we didn't give 1 penny. We just really, and as far as why did we start now, we've been asked that several times, sir, because we have, all of us, as normal citizens, before I got on the commission, we knew that we had a sewer project. But you actually, sir, had people up here that picked up the can after many years. There's been many commissions up here that just kept kicking that can down the road, Mr. Harper, and we just picked it up, and we're actually getting beat up for picking up something that's going to help in the long run. It might not be a project that everyone loves, but this commission picked up that can, and we chose to stop this. It's like once a person finds out that they have cancer, they try to stop that cancer. And what our infrastructure is a cancer in this city that's not going to get any better.
The problem I have with that is not that you picking up the can, the sewer, but the suffering of the people caused by COVID-19, you're putting that in the can and kicking it down the road too. I think what I'm saying is the use of that fund. Whether you say 10 or 20, why should I feel that you're going to spend the second 10 million on the suffering of the people when you didn't spend the first 10 million, not 1 penny, on the suffering of the people? Why should I believe that? You know, and then, I don't know, maybe you did do it, but the people that were outside there, I don't think I've seen anything like that since the civil rights days. Did it occur to you, wait, well, hold on, wait a minute. These people, what's this going on out here? Let's talk to these people, find out where this is coming from. Where's this dissatisfaction coming from? The only thing I heard from this commission was, we can't have that happen again. That cannot happen again. And I don't know what you're talking about, that couldn't happen again. But all I'm saying is this. In order for Albany to continue and to improve between the relationship with the city council and the community, is to reconsider some of the use of these funds for what it was intended for. And I'm not saying that it was not intended for infrastructure, because I know it was. But there are other things that could be used for this fund. And even if you use the whole $20 million for the sewer, that's not only a dent in the whole, last time I heard it was $20 million, $200 million. This $20 million, what, 10%, which is probably going to be more than $20 million, is how you use the funds. It's like I said, I'm not saying that the city commission don't care about the community. How you use those funds puts an image, and people interpret it with it. That $20 million they could have used, and used some of it on the community, but they decided to use not 9 penny on the community.
Well, we could talk all day long, but I remember during Hurricane Michael how the concern of our spillage, how our community come together and really cared about our lift station problem, our CSO problem. I remember that, you were concerned, we were concerned. But I do know you, Mr. Harper, and I do know that you up here are sincere. And I do know that we do listen. And thank you very much for your time and for answering my questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Woolman?
One thing, like I said.
No questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Langstaff?
No question.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Harper. Thank you for your activism. Thank you for appearing before the council. What our comment is, you know, you're right on the head when talk about how the city looks when we make decisions and double down on policies that don't seek to move the city forward in a progressive way. What you're talking about is priority. Priorities are always shown or will always show what you actually care about. What you prioritize, especially when you spend your money, will always show what you care about. I can ride around on bad tires for a year, and then all of a sudden decide that once I get $20 in my pocket, I want to put that away to fix my $400 or get my tires replaced for $400, while my kids are sitting in the back needing in the back seat needing medicine or needing some food. You know, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense for you to take $20 and prioritize that on a new set of tires when your kids are starving, when your kids are sick and need some medicine. And that's what we're facing here. I don't think, you know, if you really look at it, I agree directly with you that it appears that, you know, people don't understand the suffering that went on here and don't really understand the condition of the community, of the black community in specific, that led to the horrific consequences of COVID. It laid bare a bunch of disparities within the black community, which the president and his administration recognize. These are systemic conditions caused by years of disparity, years of racism, years of not getting the same treatment within this country. And this money sought to try to, in some small way, repair these things so that a place like Albany, Georgia would not have to suffer the same fate. We will see pandemics again, just like we will see storms, just like we will see flooding. We will see those things again. But what is going to determine whether or not we suffer again in the same way is whether or not we have a resilient community. This was pandemic money. This was COVID-19 money. This was money we needed to repair our community. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Some of the money, if not all of the money, should have went towards that, especially when we know there were other things that we could have done. No, I do not agree that this is the only thing and we had no choice. I think that's an absolute, conflation of actual facts. I was looking at some of the emails that came down from our finance department that, kind of denoted to me a bunch of ways we could have funded this sewer project if that had been somebody's priority on past commissions, which we have past commissioners still on this board, who are the ones who kicked the can down the road. So that is part of this, and we have to understand it. We have to identify that and understand why all of a sudden now this is the priority when we need to use this for the community. Again, I appreciate your comments, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I hope that, some minds change and that we can, right now, not next year, not when the next money comes down, not a whole year from now when we don't even know what we may be suffering from. But in this moment, in this right now moment, we can get to repairing our community. We're seeing an uptick in crime. We're still have a whole bunch of businesses who have not recovered fully from this, and we need to try to repair our community. There are a number of ways that the money could have been garnered from the city, and we talk about, whether or not it's going to raise light bills. Well, shucks, we got whole $77 million in MEAG rebate. Not one citizen saw a lowering of their utility bill. Almost, I guess the figure is probably around $50 million, $20 million of that MEAG fund being left. They still have not seen a lowering of their utility bill. So, no, we do not have any guarantees. No, there are no, commitments to see that. And until the community sees some real commitment to the repairing of the community, to someone actually saying we need to do something and go by the Biden plan. And in fact, we don't even have a plan for our own recovery. That's one thing that is very glaring in all of these talks, is that the city of Albany has not sat down and made a definitive plan to recover, or a recovery plan. And I think that's a shame on all of us that we have not done that. And I think we do need to start some discussion. I don't think we need to go to talk to any other boards about how they spend their money. That we don't, we don't have that responsibility or authority to bring anybody else together when we've already decided what we're going to do with our money, which has nothing to do with COVID recovery. I think we need to have a plan for recovery and figure that out. And I hope we can get to that. I appreciate the comments. Thank you so much for coming this morning.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Harper, this, you said this meeting, were you one of the ones shouting, Bo gotta go?
No.
You aren't. Did you think that was appropriate?
Do I think that was appropriate?
Yes, sir.
This was not about the vote.
I'm asking you a question, Mr. Harper. I mean, you mentioned this.
If that was their opinion, yes.
Okay, okay.
If that was their opinion.
Okay, all right.
Would I have
And-
done it? Would I have done it?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. All right, now, you're the treasurer of Sewega Rising.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is that a paid position?
No.
Okay. So you're familiar with what money comes in and goes out of Sewega Rising?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of
Point
what?
of order, Mayor. Point of order, Mayor. What does this have to do with Mr. Harper's comment about the American Rescue Plan?
Okay. That's, what do we do about that, Mr. Davis?
There could be a vote on whether
Okay.
recognizing point of order.
Okay. That's good. So let's clear it up, Commissioner Young. What's your point that I can't ask Mr. Harper questions? What, let's,
Well,
so,
I'm asking is the relevancy to what Mr. Harper is speaking about.
okay. I mean, what's your point of order, though?
My point of order is that what you're talking about has no relevancy to what Mr. Harper is speaking about.
Okay, would it be proper to say that the point of order is that I should be prohibited from asking Mr. Harper these questions because it's irrelevant to his presentation?
My point of order is that you're asking him questions that have nothing to do with what he's speaking about.
Okay, all right. So what, do we just take a vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Young has stated his position and is requesting that the chair be prohibited from asking Mr. Harper questions.
No, that's not what I said.
Question.
I said the point of order is that what you're asking him about has no relevance to what he's speaking about.
Okay,
Now, if you want to take a vote on something, I could make a motion, but I'm not making a motion. That's what you're deciding.
well, no, I'm asking
You
the parliamentarian what the procedure is. I mean,
Well, I think the parliamentarian would tell you that I didn't make a motion.
okay,
Just ask for a point of order.
okay, so,
If you didn't want to explain it, that's fine.
okay, so when you call for a point of order, does the parliamentarian address the concern?
Well, as the presiding officer, you can decide on the merits or demerits of the point of order. Your first step is to address it immediately, which you did, and then you can rule it out of order and go ahead and proceed, or if you want to take a vote with your colleagues, either way.
Okay, well, let's, all right, just let me ask you this, Mr. Harper. So Sewega Rising was requesting some of these funds, is that correct? Some of the $10 million?
I think we had one of the projects on the list.
Okay, and what was?
No. Sewega Rising was not requesting funds. Sewega Rising talked about projects in the community.
Okay.
That funds could have been applied to.
Okay, so Sewega Rising was not asking to be in a position to administer any of those funds?
No.
Okay, I'm incorrect in that assumption.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, stand corrected. Thank you, Mr. Harper, we appreciate it.
Not 1 million, not $1, not 1 quarter, not 1 dime, not 1 penny. That's my issue.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. The next item is a discussion of changing the date or time of the July regular meeting. Ms. Talbot, you want to explain this? You want me to handle it?
Well, we got an email from federal representatives, Senator John Kennedy, Chair of the State Committee on Reapportionment and Redistricting, and Representative Bonnie Rich, Chair of the House Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Committee, sent a listing of cities in Georgia that they would be visiting. And it just so happens that the date that they'll be in Albany is July 27th from 5 to 7, which conflicts with our meeting that day. So the request is to figure out if we need to reschedule our meeting to that Wednesday maybe, if we have 4 or more commissioners that are interested in going to this meeting. We don't know the location yet, that's to be determined, but we do have the dates, and that's on page 10 of your agenda item.
Okay. The one thing, so I don't think we necessarily have, I would think if one commissioner wants to go to this meeting, then we probably ought to go ahead and have our meeting as scheduled. But if we have 3 that want to go, I think we need to accommodate them as opposed to Ms. Talbot talking about a majority. But this is, I understand, when you have the redistricting every 10 years, and so there are meetings being held throughout the state. And there are, if you look on page 10, various state legislators from the Senate and the House who will I'll be moderating the meetings, and I guess they will discuss various options. And so what we need to know is who is interested in going, and if one or more commissioners would like to reschedule the meeting for later in the evening or for another date. Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Mayor, which I certainly intend to attend if it's God's will, and if it would not be a problem with rescheduling the meeting to that Wednesday, that I think that we could do it, just do some early advertising that we need to attend the meeting. And the reason why I say we need to attend the meeting, because the next one of these meetings will be in the year 2030, when reapportionment would take place and the census would take place. So I think that it would affect not only the city, the county, and the state, but the whole nation. So I think we need to be there to share our input and look at the maps that are being drawn that will be intact for the next 10 years.
Okay. So Commissioner Howard's position is we should reschedule the meeting for Wednesday night. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd be okay if we're just pushing it back later on that Tuesday, if that's okay with everybody.
Would that be an option, Commissioner Howard, if we started the meeting at 7:30 instead of 6 on Tuesday?
Mr. Mayor, usually when they come down for reapportionment, I'm almost confident from the last one that it will overlap much longer than the 2
Okay. All right.
2 hours.
Commissioner Fletcher?
I'm going to be here. I'm sorry, I'm not going to the meeting, so I can be here if we choose to do our meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Warmington?
I could do either option. I would prefer the 7:30 option for Tuesday night.
Okay.
As my first option, but I can do Wednesday.
Okay.
If the majority wants to do Wednesday.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I agree with Chad.
Okay. Commissioner Young? Commissioner Young?
I agree with Commissioner Howard.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Howard would like to move the meeting till Wednesday, and the Mayor Pro Tem would prefer to have the meeting at 7:30 on Tuesday. So, Mayor Pro Tem, is it okay if we just reschedule it for Wednesday?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Can we proceed in that direction?
Yes,
Ms. Talbot?
we'll put notice out. We'll go ahead
Okay.
and notice it.
All right, we would just meet on Tuesday.
Actually, Mayor, it'll be on the next agenda because we have to vote, if I'm not mistaken, by ordinance to change our regular meeting.
Okay,
So we'll have that on the next agenda.
all right.
Well, actually, Mayor, it'll have to be a special call meeting agenda because,
Okay,
yeah,
Okay.
in order to do the vote.
can we do that, Ms. Albert?
Yes, we'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, the next item on the agenda is, we've talked about this before. I think we still have in place an ordinance requiring everyone to wear a mask inside a city building. I think the county rescinded their ordinance, is that correct, Mr. Carter, some weeks ago? This is actually, I think, a county building, and we're no longer in a state of emergency, but I mean, it's really impractical to enforce the ordinance, and that's what I think we need to make the formal decision, and that's why I've requested this be on the agenda. Any thoughts on that, Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Madison, the CDC and the World Health Organization has disagreed on certain issues about the mask wearing, and I will feel comfortable as we continue to, in city facility on city transportation, that we continue to have the mask mandate in place until we get some more definitive reason. And unfortunately, there's a lot of numbers are coming in, but mainly in your southeastern state, including Georgia and Mississippi and Alabama, Louisiana, and Arkansas, those southern states still having a problem with a small percentage that is being vaccinated. So I think for the welfare of this community and the welfare of this city and surrounding areas, that I think that we should let the mask mandate stay intact for another several weeks.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm good with rescinding the mandate.
Mr. Fletcher?
I'm good with it also. I agree with Commissioner Fuller.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, I'm good with rescinding it and being consistent with the county.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I'm fine to be consistent with the county.
Okay. Commissioner Young?
Same here, are they basing their, I guess their decision on any, I guess, physical or medical data? Since we're following their lead?
Well, I mean, I put it on the agenda, and all I'm familiar with is the last numbers we were receiving. Phoebe's census was hovering around 20, and they said they expected they'd continue to see infections as long as the vaccination rates were as low as they are. But as I said, this is just with me, it's more of a practical matter than anything else, because the other thing, Mr. Howard mentioned kind of mixed signals. I know that the CDC, well, it's my understanding the CDC's position is 14 days after you've been vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. So we got the question of who's wearing a mask, who's required to wear a mask. It's just, that would be unenforceable, really. But the answer to the question is no. I don't have the most recent numbers.
Yes, sir. I just would feel more comfortable. We had some medical data, I guess, to kind of, just short and guide our decision on that particular thing. I know everything is, quote unquote, getting back to normal, but, we got these variants and different things. So, I don't know. I do understand what we're saying about mixed signals, but I'd rather just be clear on when we make a decision, we can say, okay, this was the science, this was the guidance from CDC or whoever, instead of saying we're just going to do what the county does.
Okay. Mr. Carter, could somebody get the numbers from Phoebe as to the weekly census
Yes, sir. We're still receiving those numbers. We can put a report together for you.
Okay. Can we get that? And then I think that would address Commissioner Young's concerns. I think they will, but it might be to the contrary. I don't think it is, though, is it? Yes, sir. I think there's a continued decline. But we'll get that, and also, if we're going to have a special call meeting in 2 weeks, I guess we can put this on the agenda, can't we? And that way,
That was going to be my request.
yes, sir.
However you decide to go, that we make a vote at that special call meeting.
Okay. Well, okay. With that, any further discussion? Commissioner Howard?
No further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further?
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussion.
Commissioner Warmington?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a proposal to make Juneteenth a city holiday. Mr. Carter?
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a request that you consider making Juneteenth a city holiday to fall in line with the federal holiday that has been established this year. It came out kind of suddenly and really didn't have the time to really address that before that holiday was in place. However, I would ask your permission to put that on the city schedule for this coming year. Everybody knows the history of Juneteenth, but one of the things I want to make sure that I say in this forum is that Juneteenth is not a black or African American holiday, it's an American holiday. And I think all Americans should be considered as we're talking about the celebration of that day. And one of the things I also want us to consider is that there are several organizations around the city that already have Juneteenth celebrations. And what I would do is ask that we become part of a group celebration. Not that we're going to do something special, something different, but partner with one of those organizations that have already proven themselves to be capable, to be willing, and to be sustainable, and partner with one of those organizations that we may bring forth a Juneteenth celebration that the city can be proud of. But again, what I stand before you today to ask is your consideration in making Juneteenth a city holiday, because all that will require all city facilities to be closed. I see that as a policy decision that needs to come before this board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Carter, thanks for putting this on the agenda and hoping clarification that what you elaborate on that June 10th, but I'm willing to bet you if you take a survey today and ask some of my colleagues, other my constituents and others about June 10th, you'd be surprised that a lot of individuals had never heard of before.
Well, one of the things that I think would be incumbent upon us as a city to do is do an education process as we're approaching this so that people will be aware of what it is, why it is, the history of it, and the benefit of celebrating it.
And I think you made a good observation is that not to reinvent the wheels, but I do remember the mayor read a proclamation sometime last month at I believe it was at a local church, that we should mirror, and since it's going to be a national holiday, that if the city and other government bodies could participate, that we just be aware that we want to chime in and educate, inform, and engage the community next year if it's God's will.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Carter. No questions, but thank you for the way you presented that. It is very important to this country, and thank you for the way you presented it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions. Thank you for presenting, and certainly supportive of this.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Thank you, Mr. Carter, for bringing this to the agenda. What were some of the groups, I guess, we partnered with this year?
We actually did not partner with any groups this year. We had several requests for some partnerships, but a lot of those came in at the last minute and really didn't have time to vet those requests. Having said that, though, now that I know some of those people that are participating in some type of celebration, that's the reason I brought it forth as, hey, we don't want to kind of usurp anybody else that's already doing something, but kind of vet those ones that are doing it, seeing which ones that actually are able to be supported by the city, and then doing something to help engage and support those celebrations that's already on place.
Okay, all right. No further questions.
My issue, Mr. Carter, first, I commend you. Obviously, we need to address this right. We're in the first week of the budget, but this one floating holiday, how long is that? The do anything you want? Or how does that, what do y'all call that?
Do your own thing day.
Okay.
Yes,
Could
sir.
we substitute this, the Juneteenth for do your own thing holiday? That, I'd like to know how long city employees have had that. I mean, you know, we have a certain number of sick days. I think that goes with the years of service. Is that correct?
Yes.
But vacation, does that go with years of service? Or
That
is that
also,
the same?
yes.
Sir?
Yes, it does.
That, so increases over
It
somebody's tenure?
increases, yes, based on
Okay.
your years of service.
Well, I mean, I would, it would be my preference, 10 days a year, I think is, I mean, we got Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and I do know that if Christmas falls on a weekend, you extend that, is that correct?
Right, if Christmas
Yes.
or any of those other days falls on a weekend, normally, except for the 4th of July.
Okay.
Any of those other days, it kind of moves to, so that there's a day off.
Okay, so, I mean, my position would be, I think we should really consider substituting Juneteenth for this, do whatever you,
Do your own thing day.
do your own thing day, I'll write that down, okay?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely a possibility, but that is not one that I'm bringing to the table.
Okay.
I understand too that, like when we have the day off before Christmas and the day off before Thanksgiving, there's other days like Veterans Day, the President's Day, that are not being taken. So those are really substitutes for those days. They're not additional days. This is an additional day that the federal government had allocated, and therefore I'm requesting an additional day.
Okay. Well, could we have sort of a background on this do your own thing day? How long it's been in place and?
Yeah, I can figure that out for you. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yes,
so
yeah, no, I understand that, but I mean, my position, obviously, there's a consensus that Juneteenth needs to be a city holiday.
Yes.
But my thinking is we certainly need to consider substituting it for this do your own thing day as opposed to, as you proposed,
Okay.
making an 11th
Yeah,
holiday.
I will definitely find out some history on the do your own thing there. Again, I don't know the origins of it, but I can find out.
Yes, sir. Okay, we can do that. Appreciate it.
All right.
Any more questions for Mr. Carter? Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Carter,
Yes, sir.
since some of those organizations did contact your office coming up to Juneteenth of this year, would you have a contact number of some of those organizations?
I do.
Okay, could you give it to us in the next several days?
You want those numbers?
I mean, the organization that did participate in Juneteenth activity this year.
Well, the ones that I know about, absolutely, I can give those to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll send you an email.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further?
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Warrington?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young? Commissioner Young?
Nothing further. Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Next, good morning, Ms. Stock. We have a presentation from GDS Associates.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Like the mayor said, this morning, we're going to receive a presentation from GDS Associates, who prepared a power supply analysis report at the request of the Albany Utility Board. This was actually a request made nearly a year ago now, almost in August. Report was completed in March and disseminated after that, and then it was at our May when we started talking about Power Supply Committee that the request was made to bring it to this board to make that presentation available. GDS Associates has kindly said they would do that for us. So the principal for GDS is Ernesto Perez. He has other members of his team, but I will turn it over to Ernesto, whose picture I saw quickly on the screen. So go ahead, Ernesto. Thank you.
Sure. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Perez.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide a summary of the project at the meeting today. I have my colleague, Aaron Healy, with me here today as well. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have at the end of the presentation or in the near future as needed. Next slide. So we've split the information that we're covering today into the agenda categories you see here. Generally speaking, we'll cover some background material, a brief review of Albany's current power supply construct, and a look into future power supply needs. Next slide. Next slide, please. There are 3 types of electric utilities that serve retail electric service in Georgia. They are investor-owned utilities like Georgia Power, Savannah Electric, customer-owned utilities like electric cooperatives, and government-owned utilities, municipals like Albany. A handful of munis operate on their own, while MEAG itself is a joint action agency that serves 49 of these municipalities. Next slide. The joint action agency structure is not unique to Georgia. There are many examples of members pooling load and resources together across the country. The name and leadership structure can vary, but the thought process is the same. Some of the benefits that members seek by pooling together include access to capital or larger project build opportunities, agency for centralization of power costs and invoicing, and networking opportunities with other similarly situated customers. Some of the limitations of joining an agency include limited power supply planning flexibility, the potential for competing organizational interests, and membership dues and costs. Next slide.
And I just want to confirm, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. So since initiating Albany's membership with MEAG in 1975, several power purchase agreements have been put in place to serve your power supply needs. That includes power purchase agreements for different types of resources, nuclear, coal, gas-fired resources, up until the most recent one was put in place in 2011. Generally speaking, these contracts have a term of about 50 years, but I do want to point out that in 2005, there was an amendment done to these contracts that extended those expiration dates out to 2054. In our commercial review of these contracts, they seem to be similar to other similar types of contracts that we've seen with other clients. And typically these contracts will continue until either the debt obligation has been paid off, which Ernesto will talk about on the next slide, or the resource retires. Next slide.
Great, thanks. The various contracts executed with MEAG over time from the previous slide have obligated Albany to fulfill certain debt service obligations. What you see on the slide here is total debt service, including principal and interest payments due by year. The debt schedule for each of these projects directly correlates with the term of the resource contracts, which Aaron stated there just a minute ago. Under the current outlook, there will be some debt service reductions for roughly 15 to 20 years until the Vogtle 3 and 4 debt obligations come back to MEAG's member cities. There will need to be further discussions at Albany as to how to mitigate the transition to those new debt service levels that start in 2042 and 2043. Next slide. Next slide, please.
So for this next section, we're going to discuss Albany specific power supply needs and how they're served, but just wanted to start out with some general industry trends that we're seeing. Primarily load growth, or rather load decline, and transitions to a cleaner grid. So over the last several decades, there's been a steady decline nationwide of load growth, which is primarily due to energy efficiency advancements. But this has resulted in all those energy efficiency advancements have resulted in a lower load growth going forward. You can see the chart, that top chart on the right. Expected load growth going forward is about 1% annually. Additionally, there's a focus on having a cleaner grid, which means two things. There's many more retirements of resources such as coal and nuclear, and as those resources are retiring, more coal is not being built. In fact, the replacement is headed towards a more renewable direction. You can see in that bottom chart a high increase in solar and wind generation to replace the coal and nuclear that's getting retired. So next slide. Speaking about Albany Power Supply specifically, there's two main load requirements that we plan for, capacity or demand and energy. Capacity is essentially being able to serve your instantaneous maximum amount of peak demand at a time for system reliability. And then energy is your ongoing volumetric consumption of electricity that your customers utilize on a daily basis, hourly basis. Next slide. The resources that you have in place under your MEAG PPAs and some other contracts are used to serve those capacity and energy needs. You can see since the last PPA that was put in place in 2011, your capacity needs have been sufficiently served in the past, and also are expected to be sufficiently served going forward. And you'll notice also in that black dotted line that similar to the national load decreases and slow load growth, Albany is seeing a similar trend. So capacity resource planning seems to be sufficiently planned for going forward. Next slide. Similarly, energy needs are sufficiently planned for as well with the resources that Albany has in place. You can see at the top of those bars, there's a little bit of black, and that is related to any kind of market interaction that you have. That's buying on the market instead of your energy needs being served by your resources. And all that really represents is filling in your hourly changes in load, but really that only accounts for about 2 to 4% of your total load needs. Really your resources do a sufficient job to fill in any energy needs that you have. Going forward, similar to the capacity, your resources should sufficiently be able to meet your expected energy needs, with maybe just a little bit of that market interaction, which we'll talk about a little bit more on the next slide. And next slide, thank you. This slide just reiterates those market interactions. Again, those account for just about 2 to 4% of your total energy needs to really fill in the blanks from hour to hour. We can see sometimes those are market purchases, sometimes they're market sales. And in general, the price of market is right around 3 cents per kilowatt hour, which is pretty competitive at this time. Next slide. And just to kind of round it out, how market compares to a resource alternative. Again, market is making up a very small percentage of your total energy requirement. And it's a very odd shape. So in general, it would be difficult to find a resource that could fit into that shape well. Probably a resource would result in additional market purchases and sales. Additionally, market being at about 3 cents per kilowatt hour compared to other resource alternatives, solar, gas resource. Market is pretty competitive compared to those other alternatives that are shown on the chart on the right-hand side. And next slide. And just to round out the section, based on publicly available data, we've seen that Albany's rates seem to be competitive with other MEAG members and competitive with the local IOU Georgia Power, just slightly below Georgia Power's rates of 13 cents per kilowatt hour. Next slide.
Okay, great, thanks, Aaron. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about future planning in this section. So after reviewing Albany's hourly load and resource information, we provided some illustrative charts that serve as a good tool to identify the various categories of load need the city has. Those visualizations provided some direction on the volume of power that would generally be planned for in each category of power need, those categories being base load, intermediate, peaking, and reserves. Next slide, please. To further the visualization and based on the summarized information in the tool, we highlighted specifically for the utility board plant sharers' uneconomical market position for which the coal plant was not designed for. So generally speaking, the resources that Albany has fit those various categorical needs, but plant sharer is certainly one that sticks out as not serving as originally intended, and that's due to market forces, market economic forces. Next slide. So at a high level, this slide shows in these bar charts on the far left a visualization of the ideal planning sizes from the previous exercise. The various bars on the right show Albany's supply mix currently and in the future as plants are projected to retire. So the point of this slide was to highlight that there will be opportunities to realign the city's power supply mix in the future to fit more of these ideal categorical volumes. Next slide.
When those times come up, when additional resources or power supply is needed to fill in those energy and capacity needs, there's a policy in place under MEAG called the supplemental policy that allows for self-supply and various other options to fill in that supply need. This was an important policy put in place because prior to it, under the original power purchase agreement, there was much limited flexibility in being able to serve that supplemental need. Now, under the supplemental policy put in place in 2002, Albany has the opportunity to fulfill any of those needs through various options that are outlined on the slide: self-supply, working with MEAG or another agent to serve those needs, or selling any excess as well. You know, but in general, we don't anticipate having to utilize this supplemental policy in the near term. This is probably a policy that'll be utilized over the next decade or so. But when it does need to be utilized, it is there for you. Next slide.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. So given the analysis and review of Albany's power supply, our recommendations were included in the final report that was provided to the city. As mentioned previously, the first major opportunity for Albany to pursue significant self-supply volumes will be when Plant Scherer and/or Hatch retire. Scherer specifically is a plant we could see retiring ahead of its projected 2037 date. The current market economics don't support additional generation from that plant, and we anticipate those trends to continue, especially as more renewables are added to the system. So with that in mind, Albany should very much keep that plant on its radar and monitor developments and discussions around replacement options. Many folks in the region participate in that plant. It's a 3,400 megawatt plus resource, and it will undoubtedly be replaced by a combination of renewables, but more importantly, flex plants, like combined cycles, gas-fired generation that can help fill those generation swings that exist when you have increased levels of renewables on the system. And those types of participation opportunities are most likely the ones that Albany can't create on its own. Those bigger combined cycle gas plants are developed jointly for good reason. They're 600 megawatt plus plants. So that's longer term, but by far the best investment you can make in the near term would be to create a holistic strategy around acquiring new load growth. Albany is essentially 100% hedged by its resources, like we heard earlier, but any introduction of new load immediately affords the city the opportunity to consider new self-supply options, whether it's solar or third-party market power or even smaller gas-fired generation. The point is, Albany, depending on the load need, would overnight have the ability to make some different decisions. In the report, we've offered up some thoughts on the types of loads you might encounter for these load growth opportunities and the types of avenues you might pursue to attract them, considering things like tax incentives or zoning changes or new economic development rate schedules, et cetera. Apart from new load growth, if a cost of service study is performed and rate schedules are introduced or revamped, and in combination with customer interest perhaps, there could be some near-term opportunities that also include perhaps small solar into the power supply mix as well. So all of that is detailed in the report, and we welcome any questions either now or in the future as needed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez. Any questions, Commissioner Howard?
Good morning, Mr. Perez. How you do this morning?
Good morning, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Since looking at a lot of these future contracts that we are going to sign, is there an extra clause in some of these contracts?
So the contracts that you all are currently under for these resources, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as extra costs, I guess I would describe any sort of extra cost, could be attributed perhaps to some sort of, membership type cost adder. you know, the MEAG organization to kind of round out the power supply mix and to help kind of facilitate, you know, the incorporation of these resources and help to balance your load and resources, those services. But as far as any extra costs above and beyond that, you know, I'm not aware of it.
And just a follow-up question, what would happen if the city decides to back out of this contract, or what are we in for until the duration of the project?
Yeah, I think I heard the question. So as far as, you know, a membership term, I think Aaron stated it earlier under the contractual summary slide, slide 6. You know, there was an extension of the membership term to 2054 back in 2005, it looked like. And so, you know, unless there are some termination provisions that are followed through the contract, you know, that's kind of what we see from the contracts that were provided to us, that the city had agreed to a membership term that went out that far, and you know, it's to match those resource term lengths, which is pretty typical for members of a joint action agency. Those membership agreements typically match the debt service obligation term length.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. Are the two coal plants that you mentioned that would be retiring in the 2030s, are they currently in operation now?
They are, and the two plants that we had alluded to, Scherer and Hatch, one's a coal plant, one's a nuclear plant. The nuclear plant went under a second wave of relicensing. So at this time, you know, the retirement date out in the 2030s is sort of what we expect to happen for that plant. For Scherer, it's projected to retire by then, but you know, if it continues to run as uneconomically as it has at only 10 to 15% of the year, you know, that's a decision that might accelerate and not wait until the 2030s to happen.
Okay, and is Albany still, are we still number 2 behind Marietta as far as the amount of supply that we purchased?
From MEAG, as far as at membership activity level and resources, is that your question?
Yes, sir.
I'd have to go review some of the MEAG materials that were provided. We do have an answer to that, and we can follow up with a response to that.
Okay, I'm curious as to, at last I'd heard we still were number 2 on the amount of energy we purchased through MEAG. So curious on the actual demand on how much we're using compared to other MEAG cities.
Yeah, and we can provide a follow-up response to that. You know, we have some of those materials, and at the conclusion of our project, we did, you know, provide our data request materials to the city via file share, so that you all have all of the materials that we had access to as well.
Okay, thank you. One final question. We went through the slide on the contracts and the dates. Looked like the original contract in 75 was like a 30-year contract, and then the one in 2005 was a 50-year, and then it looks like something done in the teens was a 20-year. Was that common to do a 50-year contract?
It's common in the sense that it matched what the term length for the resources the city was going to participate in. It matched their term length, right? So Vogtle 3 and 4 have a significant plant life, And so the extension, I assume, was to match, the length of time for that particular plan, that addition.
Okay,
And
thank
maybe
you.
if I could just add a clarification to that. For those first 4 projects, the PPAs that were signed, the first one signed in 1975, it did have, and each of those did have 50-year initial contract terms. So the 1975 one, for example, that contract term was set to initially expire in 2026. But in 2005, the amendment didn't occur at the expiration of those contracts. It just happened to occur in 2005 and extended those contract dates. And then one other just clarification on the 20-year in 2008 and 2014. Your allocation of Vogel still extends for the 50-year term. It's just that for the first 20 years of that 50 years, it is allocated over to JEA, and then it comes back to Albany at that time for the remainder of the contract term.
Okay, thank you. One other quick question. There was a brief mention about in 2042 and 2043, some change in the debt service at that point. Could you elaborate on that a little further?
Sure. That was on slide 7. So essentially, as those, as Vogel 3 and 4 come back to the city, those debt obligations are back on the city. And so that transition after the 20-year sale that Aaron just described, that's roughly when it comes back to the city. That slide also had kind of an increasing step function to the debt service obligation payments, and that's just a function of difference between when principal is initially due versus interest. Principal was due starting after the projected COD date. Interest is started to be due after the actual COD date. So there is a difference in kind of when principal and interest start to come back, but generally, high level, those payment obligations come back to the city as those resources come off of that 20-year sale.
Okay, and just to clarify, when you say come back to the city, you mean we won't be making those debt service payments anymore? Is that right?
When the debt service obligations come back to the city, those payments will come due from the city, starting then in the early 2040s.
So in fact, that's additional payments that will be due, not lessening payments.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, Mr. Priya, so along that line of thinking that Commissioner Fuller was on, so come 2040, if we don't need that power, could we then enter another agreement for another municipality for another 20 years, or are we obligated at 2040 or to take on that load and that cost?
Under the current obligations, the city is, required to take that on in the early 2040s, unless there is another buyer that's found and that agrees to take that, afterwards. It's a possibility, but under the current agreement, it would come back to the city unless something else was agreed to with someone else.
Okay, so probably as we're trending closer to 2040, that would be something we would need to look at to potentially find a buyer if we're going to be long at that point that it comes back. One question I had, so you talked about from a overall country standpoint, that decrease in energy usage is primarily due to energy efficiency gains. Did you look at Albany's usage and our decrease in power? Is it due to the number of customers declining, or was it due to our energy efficiency improvements in Albany? Could you determine that in our analysis?
So what we saw from the data, corresponded with what we're seeing nationally, but we also received some information as part of the project that Albany has also perhaps lost a load or two along the way, which has maybe provided for more of a decrease over the last 3 to 5 years from slide 11, if you were to stare at those peak numbers. So there have been some reasons, specific reasons as to why the load has trended downwards, even more so than energy efficiency, but our understanding is that it is also trending downward slightly to plateauing for those reasons as well.
Yeah, so, and I don't have the data to back this up, other than we've just talked about it numerous times. Certainly, I believe we are behind in our energy efficiency work, primarily in our residential homes. So we are doing things as a city to continue to help, whether it's through loans, low interest loans, through our utility department, trying to encourage investments in our housing stock. So certainly we have work to do there from an energy efficiency standpoint. My last question is, today's the first day I've heard this term called self-supply. I was not aware that we had the ability at some point in the future to take on a self-supply project. I mean, is that a reality? Like, what are you talking about in 10 years, 20 years? When would that delta be there that we could begin to entertain either funding a solar farm or funding some project where we could self-supply power?
Yeah, so I think there's two answers to that question, and they're differentiated by near versus longer term. Near term, that ability can be utilized on a smaller scale if there is some new load growth. That's why we're suggesting targeting businesses, providing opportunities for new load to occur within the existing. With those load needs increasing, you have an immediate ability to leverage some small-scale self-supply at that point. Longer term, as we alluded to in the presentation, as Plant Share and/or Hatch come offline, those are significant tranches that can be filled with, if the city desires a self-supply solution or something else.
Okay, that was very promising. I would say in general for staff, if you think about it, we got Miller, P&G, and the Marine Base who are constantly looking for green, I guess, amounts of energy, because so they're out looking for ways. We have this tremendous natural gas pipeline coming through our city. I think it would behoove us to start really thinking outside the box long term. Could we partner with one of our large manufacturers or the Marine Base to start moving towards some kind of self-supply, as well as starting to have ways to entice another industry to come in, because we're moving in that direction. It might entice another large manufacturer to say, oh, the city's doing XYZ, it can help our green credits or whatever it happens in that realm. But honestly, that's the first time I've heard that term. I think that's exciting. We need to really pursue that, I think, in the next decade. That's it, Mayor.
Mr. Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. Along the lines, I heard I'm sorry, I forgot her name. The lady mentioned that in 2005, the contract, I guess, renewed, or did it automatically renew? Was it voted on by the board? It sounded like you made it seem like it was almost like a automatic renewal of the contract.
It wasn't a renewal. The contract had expiration date that it extended past 2005. The first expiration date expected to occur in 2026. But in 2005, there was an amendment that was put in place that changed those projects 1 through 4 expiration dates to extend to the same timeline in 2054. I don't know if we have the history around how that amendment was put into place, but we just have the contract document stating the amendment.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I'm pretty sure that was a vote of the commission. But I think you worded it in a way that made me think it sounded automatic. And also, is there anything that your company does that I guess would help us in, you know, I think we're just like some other communities within the MEAG membership that has a dwindling population, of impoverished population that struggles with poor housing and things that make our utility bills an absolute albatross around the neck of financially challenged people and people who might otherwise even be gainfully employed. Do you all have any, I guess, case studies or any information on how those cities would, and I think I remember talking to an elected official in College Park, and they were struggling from the same things that Albany was.
Yeah, we see a lot of those equity conversations come up. We're working on a few projects as it is around those themes and topics. Typically with power supply costs, a lot of how you respond to some of those things is through rates and policies and programs from the city. And so we do have some experienced folks that provide services in those arenas around development of rates and certainly thinking through cost of service studies. So yes, to answer your question, yes, we do work on those types of topics, and be happy to have a conversation with you all about it.
I absolutely would love to set that up with you, as well as some community members and organizations who are working around utilities justice. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Press, could we see, I think it's slide 7. While we're waiting on that, you use these terms, new load growth. Basically, that means just having more customers, correct?
Yes, essentially, yes. More customers, more load need on the system.
And ideally, you're talking about industrial. This is it right here. Is that right?
This slide is in relation to dollars
Yes.
for debt service
No,
obligations, but yes.
Okay. Well, basically, what we're talking about here is structural debt. Would that be fair to say?
Structural debt in the sense of?
We are paying for a share of these utility plants. The cost of construction and operation.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And so what we see here is our obligations are going to start going down actually this year and are going to be down considerably by 2026.
That's right.
Okay. And basically will continue to decline for another 10 years after that.
Correct, yes.
And that is because that JDA is picking up our obligation for Vogtle 3 and 4 for the first 20 years. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And so here is this window, I guess you could say, for us to look for other sources in our energy mix, including self-supply.
From a needs standpoint, load is largely met with the resources that are currently in place.
Yes, sir.
But yes, if there's any sort of new load growth or resource retirement, plant retirement, yes. I assume you're kind of alluding to the debt service obligations. There's a window of time where there's reduced payments, and so there might be an opportunity financially to pursue a self-supply option if it made sense.
Okay, and what you're showing here, when our responsibility to take the power from Vogel comes into place, then we're going to be long again unless we have considerably expanded load demand. Is that right?
So what we're showing is that the dollar obligation, that the payment obligation will increase as those units come online. And because you have some potential unit retirements in the future, when you look at capacity and energy needs, those Vogtle 3 and 4 units would be utilized in your power supply mix to serve load. But yes, the dollars would come back in the early 2040s.
And Mr. Perez, I know you've explained this, but I want to emphasize it. The schedule for Plant Sure, I've read it's the dirtiest plant in the United States. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. It's certainly one of the largest. I think there is a unit that's slated for retirement, not the one that MEAG participates in per se, but it's a large coal plant, and so I could understand if it's received a designation like that.
Okay, and for various reasons, there's a possibility, and you explained this, that Wansley and particularly Shearer might close before the scheduled retirement date.
Yeah, and I think that's public knowledge.
Okay, and but that's not a decision MEAG makes. Is that correct? Georgia Power makes that decision.
Yeah, based on ownership share, yes.
Okay, thank you. And we talk about this term being long on energy. That basically means we're contracted to take more electricity than we need. Would that be a fair statement?
The definition of that phrase, yeah, in that context, yes. And we've shown some charts that kind of show how the city's positioned with its current resource mix compared to future load needs.
Okay, and it's sort of elementary that the best solution to that problem is to have more demand. Is that fair to say?
Yes, both demand and energy, yes. So more customers and more load to supply.
And Commissioner Warmington has mentioned the fact that as a means of economic development, many corporations and businesses are very interested in renewable energy.
Yeah, we would agree with that. We've seen that trend in the industry.
And, okay. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Perez and Ms. Shealy. Any other questions? Commissioner Howard?
Just a follow-up. Mr. Perez, you did say that JEA, Jacksonville Electric Authority, is picking up the first 20 years of the supply, right?
That's right. Yes, there is an agreement in place to sell the city's portion of that Vogtle 3 and 4 for the first 20 years, yes.
And then the city will pick it up in 2042, right?
2042 and 2043.
Okay, and that contract would extend to 2062, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. President, one quick question. So in the state of Georgia, the only two cities that have their own power supply would be well, it's not really a city, I guess, Chris County. They have the dam, and doesn't Dalton have power generation? Everybody else is MEAG, is that correct?
That's right.
Or EMC?
Or EMC, yeah, that's right.
Or
Okay.
EMT.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Shealy, one thing I would say, I don't think Mr. Perez understood your first question, or maybe I misunderstood. Ms. Howard, I thought you were saying, can we withdraw from these contracts? And, I mean, I think the city attorney can tell us there was some litigation, and JDA tried to get out of the contract on Vogel, and it didn't end up too well for them. Would that be fair to say, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, that's an understatement. They got.
Basically, those contracts, Commissioner Howard and
Yeah, they're
colleagues,
bulletproof contracts. Yeah.
they're pretty airtight, so, that's,
Yeah, I understand the city of Jacksonville fired their entire JDA board as a result of that lawsuit and replaced everybody, their board.
Okay.
thank you, Mr. President, Ms. Shealy. Y'all have a good day. Next item on the agenda is a request for a sidewalk easement at Dawson Road and Forest Glen Drive. Mr. Maples.
Yeah, this is a request for an easement for the sidewalk that's at Forest Glen and Dawson Road. It's part of the F&W Beaver Run Properties, otherwise known as RE/MAX. We're asking for acceptance of the easements, or the easement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maples. Any questions? Commissioner Howard.
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, quick question. So, of course, when they built the new RE/MAX building, they ran the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
So after these easements are accepted, they will finish that last little corner. I guess that corner is incomplete.
It's completed. It is completed now.
Oh, it's completed. It's
Yes,
just a
sir.
matter of accepting
It is.
it.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No questions.
Commissioner Young.
No question.
Is there a plan to have a sidewalk all the way from Slappy to Old Dawson Road?
Not at this time, no, sir.
Okay. There's sidewalks on both sides of the road in different segments. and-
Depends on the commercial development when it took place. Like you had the Louise McCormick across from your office, you know, they changed it and took it from residential to commercial. They built a sidewalk. Dental Partners, as part of their development, they built a sidewalk. I think last time we brought in, I think you had some discussion about the Point North Boulevard Retirement Village. They had to build a sidewalk. So as commercial development comes in, as part of their development, we require them to do a sidewalk. So it's piecemeal, and, you know, I could tell you the whole history of everything, but, you know, when we did under the sales tax 1, we proposed from Slappy to Third. I worked on that project as a young engineer. We tried to get the DOT and the county to do a sidewalk on at least one side of the street. It met with no favor. So it's easier to put it in the beginning as part of the roadway project, but it didn't get funded. So it would be nice to put them in with the future roads, but this is just one way that we're getting pieces of sidewalk put in on the roadways with commercial development. So.
Thank you, Mr. Maples. Any further questions? Commissioner Howard?
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maples.
Thank you.
Next item on agenda is a report on the Small Business Capacity Building Program. Ms. Brown and Ms. Byrd.
Today, Community and Economic Development is sharing with the Commission the results of the Small Business Capacity Building Program, recently completed in April 2021. The department partnered with Ms. Sherelle Byrd, CEO of Sawega Rising, Mr. Johnny Hamilton, Vice President of Business Lending and with Albany Community Together, and Mr. Jerome Hubbard of State Farm Insurance to develop the program. The goal was to create and implement a program targeting local small businesses in Albany, focusing on building capacity by providing the tools and knowledge necessary to increase or maintain sustainability. Sowega Rising was tasked to administer the program. Community and Economic Development provided Sowega Rising $20,000 to carry out the program. This budget was to cover the cost for Sowega Rising to manage the program, the cost to hire the Marketplace USA as a subcontractor, the cost to hire facilitators to present the 11 modules, and the cost to create a web design and market the program. 28 businesses completed the program and were awarded $5,000 to assist with operating expenses and inventory. Community and Economic Development hosted an award ceremony at the Micro Business Enterprise Center to present the businesses with their checks. Ms. Bird is with me today to present the program outcomes and share a short video at the end of her presentation. She and I will be available to answer your questions afterward.
Good morning. If you can take the PowerPoint back to the beginning, please. Thank you. So I was really grateful to receive the call from Phyllis Brown, and I want to commend her for using her ingenuity to be innovative with creating funds to really help businesses in our community, especially our small businesses, to be able to really get over the hump of COVID-19 and providing relief for our economy. So I also want to thank Barbara Francis, who is the Community and Economic Development Business Manager, for her continued support in providing capacity building classes for small businesses in our community. And finally, I want to thank Michael Hill, who is the CEO of the Marketplace USA, for his continued support for businesses across the state of Georgia. All of these organizations reached out to us, starting with Michael Harper, Michael Hill, I'm sorry, Michael Harper just did his presentation. Starting with Michael Hill, who also was able to create a small business capacity building program in the city of Athens, Georgia. They were able to give $500,000 to small businesses in that city. And so he reached out to us here in the city of Albany, because he knew that we had a similar need in our community to be able to support minority businesses. The program in Athens was hugely successful. I'll be happy to share that information with you after this presentation. Additionally, so he reached out to me and said, we really need to do a program like this in Albany. I think this would be huge for businesses in this community. On the same day, I got a call from Phyllis Brown, who said that she wanted to really find money to be able to help small businesses that really tried to apply for PPP loans, tried to apply for City of Albany funding, and for whatever reason did not have the capacity to be able to receive those funds, or were not able to make good applications on those funds. And so she found money, she was able to find money, and so wanted to really try to create a program that would help small businesses. So being able to get those calls actually on the exact same day, I knew it was divine, and so I decided to bring those two programs together. And so with Phyllis's leadership, with Barbara Francis's leadership, we created a committee, and that committee was able to really sit down and address what were the priority needs of small businesses in our community. So Sowega Rising, just again as a introduction, we are an organization that mobilizes people and funding to be able to help marginalized communities in Southwest Georgia. So we've been working very closely with the city and city governments, county governments, and other organizations during COVID relief to be able to provide COVID relief to the city of Albany. So not only have we been working closely with businesses and being able to understand what the needs of businesses are, we've created Saving Ourselves town halls, where we work closely with the Community and Economic Development to be able to show and understand and hear from businesses what their needs were during COVID-19 relief. Additionally, we were able to work with the city and work with Sharon Subban to create a small business PPE drive to help small businesses that were really trying to reopen safely and securely during a time where a lot of them had not been open and did not have funding so that they can be able to keep their businesses safe with PPE. So we raised $10,000. That money went back into the community to be able to support those businesses with PPE. So those are the types of initiatives that we have done. All of the money that we've received through our organization has gone back into the community and gone back to businesses to be able to support our community in a way that we really needed it for COVID-19 relief. All right, so we'll go ahead with the presentation of our program. We'll go to the next slide. So this is our presentation that we did back, I want to say in June, where we were able to present $5,000 to businesses that participated in our program. 28 businesses were able to successfully participate in our program. Next slide. So this partnership for the Small Business Capacity Building Program, again, was between and led by the Community and Economic Development Department of the City of Albany, as well as a partnership between Sawega Rising and the Albany Business League, as well as through the Marketplace USA. So we targeted businesses that were small businesses that were 5 or under employees that had various operational and overhead expenses. The program funding was provided by, again, the City of Albany Community and Economic Development. They were able to provide $150,000 to go towards the support of these businesses during the pandemic, where we saw very challenging economic times. The eligible businesses that were operating in the city received $5,000, and those $5,000 were really up to whatever they needed it for. In their application process, they were very explicit about the types of things they needed, which covered a wide array of capital needs as well as general operating expenses like payroll, rent, utilities, marketing, and advertising. Next slide. So we held orientations. These were all virtual, again, for the safety of COVID-19. And we were able to market this program widely to not only our network of businesses that we work with and provide resources for, but also through the City of Albany Business Licensing, as well as through the Chamber of Commerce, websites, social media, and that sort of thing. So the response was overwhelming. We had over 200 businesses that attended our orientation. Out of those 200 businesses, we actually had 79 businesses that made an application for the program. Unfortunately, because we only had a limited amount of money, we were only able to approve 30 businesses to participate in the program. Due to some attrition, we had 28 that actually presented or participated in the workshops, and then finally 28 that were awarded that continued on to the completion of the program. Next slide. So this is just depiction of the interest of the types of demographics of businesses that participated. An overwhelming 94% of those businesses were African American, but we also had a few, I think about 6%, that were other demographics. Next slide. So this is also a depiction of how many years these businesses have been in operation. As you see, it was a very wide range of businesses, ranging from very new businesses to businesses that had been in business for 10 or plus years. Next slide. So this is a depiction of how these businesses classify themselves. The overwhelming majority were small businesses. We did have some that are designated as MBE businesses, as well as women-owned businesses that have that designation as well. Next slide. So this is, again, a depiction of the types of businesses that applied for different grant funding. So we're talking about people who may have tried to apply for PPE funding, EDIL, which is the Economic Interest Disaster Loan, the Small Business Relief Program grant that was administered by Community and Economic Development, and then any other kind of funding. The overwhelming majority of the people that were in our program did not apply for these types of fundings. And so we found that there were many barriers to those types of businesses being able to participate. Many of them did not have the documentation that they needed, the financial types of paperwork or documents that they needed to qualify for these types of programs, so they just did not apply at all. So those were really the types of businesses that we wanted to target so that we can help them to build capacity so that they can then go back and apply for future funding opportunities, because they would now have, after participating in our program, they would now have what they needed to be able to make those types of applications for these types of programs. Next slide. Again, this is just a snapshot of the demographics of the participants. Next slide. And so our outcomes measures were to really understand what were their next steps after completing this program. So many of them that did not already have a business license with the City of Albany were able to acquire a business license with the City of Albany after participating in the program. They also, 40% of the program participants were able to go ahead and get their state incorporation. We had people that were able to finally go ahead and access an accountant that had never done that before. They were exposed to sound financial management practices that will really help them to understand why it's important to track the funding and the finances of their organizations and their businesses. They were also able to have local bankers that came and participated in our program so that they could really have access to local bankers and then be able to set up bank accounts with our local banking institutions. They were able to go ahead and file recent fiscal year reporting and taxes. And then finally, they really understood the importance of proper insurance and being able to go ahead and secure insurance, the necessary insurances for their businesses. Next slide. So their overall rating of their experience in the program was a 100%. So I think that's a big A for us, a plus for us, that they all enjoyed and considered the program valuable. Next slide. And again, these are some of the pictures of the participants in our awards presentation. I want to thank Commissioner Young for being a part of that presentation and allowing us to be able to make these funding opportunities available to the participants on that day. Next slide. So our program instructors were a wide range of instructors, Michael Hill being one of those, and these are a list of some of the people, both local and people that are part of the Marketplace USA that participated, but I specifically want to highlight and thank our oversight committee, again, Phyllis Brown, for her insight in creating this program and using these funds in such an innovative way. Barbara Francis, who is the Economic Development Program Manager, who really was a big part of helping these businesses navigate and has been a part of helping these businesses navigate being able to build capacity. Myself, Jerome Howard, who is a local business owner, and he's with State Farm Insurance. And then finally, Johnny Hamilton, who is with Albany Community Together. So we thank them for their support. Next slide. Okay, so I think the next thing is the video. So we'll show the video presentation that just shows the success of the program, and then I will answer any questions that you have.
Good morning to the community here in Albany, Georgia. This is Barbara Francis, the Economic Development Program Manager for the City of Albany. I am so happy to talk to you today about the program that we just completed, which was the Small Business Capacity Building Program that we sponsored with Soriga Rising and Marketplace USA. This program was set aside for small businesses so that they could enhance their capacity, because what we truly wanted was them to be prepared and to know and to gain some knowledge about how to maintain a business, and that business can be prepared to in the future go and get business loans or go and get grants such as the PPP.
Hi, I'm Teresa Robinson with Albany Auto Glass. I first would like to thank Miss Barbara Francis with the City of Albany. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to, get through any of this.
Hello, my name is Nature Malone, and I am the owner and operator of Logistics 74 LLC. I love this training and I love this opportunity. I got a chance to learn from some subject matter experts that normally I would never get a chance to talk to one-on-one. And I want to thank the City of Albany for bringing this opportunity for business owners and for boosting our economy. It's going to allow us to provide jobs for new employees, and it's also going to build the morale of the city, knowing that the city supports new businesses, and we thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Eric Bass. My business is Bass Entertainment LLC. We'd like to thank the City of Albany, and we also like to thank them for the program that they offer for foundations for learning how to grow our business and to be more successful.
Hi, my name is Sherelle Bird, and I am the founder and chair of the Sewega Rising and the Albany Business League. Albany Business League is an organization that was created to support minority-owned businesses here in Albany, Georgia. Sewega Rising is an organization that specifically focuses on mobilizing people and resources to improve the quality of life of Southwest Georgians. So combined, both of those organizations partnered with the City of Albany to create the Small Business Capacity Building Program.
My name is Brenda Godwin from Godwin's Military Surplus Outlet in Albany, Georgia. Just want to say thank you to the City of Albany, Georgia, and for the impartation, for the knowledge that they've given me, to help me understand profit and loss statements, and help me understand how to get another bank account that I'll put this money in for my contracts that I'll be getting. And just want to thank everybody that participated in this program. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terry Stump. I'm the owner of the Royal Collection and the Parlor Salon here in Albany. I would like to thank the City of Albany for the opportunity to participate in the Small Business Capacity Building Program. It allowed me an opportunity to network with other small businesses in town and to actually learn what they do and share with them what I do for a living. The funds that I've received through this program will go towards purchasing inventory for my business. I am just so appreciative of the opportunity.
I want to close by saying again, thank you to the City of Albany Community Economic Development for providing this opportunity. Many of these businesses during COVID-19 either greatly reduced their services or eventually some of them closed their businesses and went back home. So programs like these really help to bring our economy back to where it needs to be after COVID-19. And so we're truly hoping that we can continue this. This was a pilot program. We were able to work through a lot of kinks with this program, but we really made it a program that really greatly impacted our businesses. And we'll keep them sustainable for years to come. So again, thank you for this opportunity and for this investment into our local small businesses. And I'm open to any questions you may have.
Okay. Ms. Howard, any questions for Ms. Bird?
Ms. Sherelle, just thanks for partnership with community development, and it go without saying, wherever there's unity, wherever there's numbers, it can make a difference. So thank you for partnership with her.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Ms. Fletcher?
Thank you. It was a good presentation, and I think, you know, I'm a small business owner, and so much of it was spot on because I find every day it's just lack of information. You know, even as a commission, we sometimes get pushed back that the disadvantaged or somebody wasn't opened, you know, for some of these contracts, and we find that just simply don't have their paperwork and stuff in order. Out of all of this, and I got some questions for Ms. Brown, but I'll call you later on that because there are so many things coming down the pipeline and people are asking, how do you become a part of it? So this gives us, you know, good numbers, good feedback to show to them. But one thing that sort of they're a piece of your program where we can teach them how to sustain their business. You know, it gets so discouraging, and I know everybody gets discouraged when these people are starting out with their dreams and their hopes. And, you know, I try to tell people it's 3 years. Your first 3 years are going to be the toughest years of your life. So is there a piece of your program that helps them to know that? Because to me, that is so crucial.
Yeah, so great question. So one of the first things in the program was kind of like a psychological analysis to really understand if people even have the gut and the grit to be able to sustain themselves. And so I thought that was really key to helping people to see for themselves and see themselves being a long-term business owner. So there was a psychological evaluation, which was the first component of the program, but every other element of the program is wrapped around sustainability. So being able to manage your finances, and they had a whole course on financial management, working with banks, being able to understand insurances. Every single component was so that they understood the different levels of sustainability, because sustainability is not just, as you know, profit and loss statements, but it's every other element that surrounds your business that keeps you successful and keeps you in business. And so that's what those modules were for. We had a lot of great experts who had been in their businesses for many, many years that were able to really answer questions, and not just business questions, but even those anecdotal questions that business owners have, they were able to answer those questions. So the whole program, and that was the whole goal of the program, is to keep these businesses sustainable so that we won't continue to lose businesses when pandemics and emergencies hit our community.
And I think that's what makes the constituents or the taxpayer, when they see the success, is when you see a small mom and pop celebrate that 5-year or that 10-year. Now, I think I got it right, you started out with really 200 people and you ended up with 28. So it looks like you pretty well did what is wise and you did your homework. But do we have a list of the almost 100 and probably 172 people that they had to, they had a dream. And for some reason, this just didn't work for them. But can we still keep if somebody's come to you, I hope we can still stay in touch with them, let them know, because that is the American dream. That is your dream, and I don't want to lose them, those 170 people. So, thank you too. The presentation was good. I'd like to know, people are asking, we got, again, what's coming down the pipeline and how can they be a piece of it, and what are their credentials? What do they need to know? Do they need P&Ls? Do they need financials? So this was spelled out very good on what you did, and it's a lot easier sometimes just to say, here, go to this link or go to this website. So thank you two ladies. It looked like y'all worked together very well with the city of Albany, and maybe this is a bright spot on the city, and thank you very much.
Ms. Warburton?
Yeah, so with the 79 applicants, what was the criteria used to get that down to 28? Was there some rating, or how were the 28 chosen from the 79?
It was pretty much, Commissioner, on a first-come, first-served basis, because the requirements were simply to be a micro business, to have 5 or fewer employees, to have been in business for at least 6 months. So that's why we had such a great response. But because of the limited dollars, the 150 could only pretty much service up to 30 applicants for that. I did want to kind of address what Commissioner Fletcher mentioned about making, these services continuously available. You're so right in that. One of the things that I do want to mention is very recently, we did sit in on a virtual call with some other agencies that has small businesses and them being successful and sustainable in the future on a call recently. So what we are planning on doing, and we're doing it right now, is focusing on connections, capital, and building capacity with these agencies. We're trying to get some kind of a coalition together to be able to kind of map out and handhold new businesses or those trying to expand themselves. But we're trying to develop that program. And so things are happening for us to be able to do that, because we do have limited funding, but the need out there is just so great. But with our partners in the community, i.e. the Chamber of Commerce, Albany Community Together, there are some agencies that tries to find jobs for those who are low and moderate income, of course ourselves, all partnering together. Hopefully Sowega Rising will be able to participate in this effort. So, but we'll be kind of laying out what that plan is fairly soon.
Okay, that was, and Zoom meetings, I'm so big on body language and seeing people in person, because it's just, to me, a world of difference. you know, and maybe in time we can break this Zoom meeting
I
and
so
have
look forward to that too.
because a lot of times you can get a lot from a person just
Yes,
by
ma'am.
looking at them and being close to them. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, that was just.
So the 150, what was the source of that? Was that from your annual budget, or was it?
It was community development block grant funds, yes, our budget. What we were able to do, I guess, as a means of trying to address the needs that had occurred that were born out of the pandemic, we were able to reallocate some dollars to be able to put this program together. I think, as Ms. Byrd alluded to, when we had the small business grant relief program for which the city partnered with us, and thank you again for that being a successful program, we did identify that there were some deficiencies that set certain businesses at a disadvantage. So the effort was to do these capacity building programs so that when funding is made available, whether it's a pandemic or not, adjust the cost of doing business. You can't operate on just simply a cash basis. There's a need to get loans. And the fact that some of these businesses just didn't really understand how to go about and get those loans, that was the need that was identified. So that's what this program was born from that. And I hope to continue being able to provide that kind of capacity building to those businesses.
Okay. And then were these grants or were these loans that were?
These were grants.
Grants. Okay.
These
So
were
they're
grants.
they're forgivable or not paid back.
It was pretty much the carrot stick, more or less, to have those businesses go through those 11 modules, you know, and they had to participate in all 11 modules in order to get the $5,000 payable to their businesses to help with operating expenses.
That was a good strategy. Okay. Thanks. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Thank you, both to the Community Economic Development staff, and as always, to Sawega Rising, who's been a great partner for the city. I think it was just recognized early on by our former city manager, value of Sawega Rising and partnering with issues like this, even during the pandemic, as me and Ms. Byrd went around in the middle of the pandemic, passing out PPE to those same micro businesses who, at that particular time, nobody knew where the money was going to come from them to be able to open back up, and just to see this grow into the capacity building program. And this is exactly what we need when we talk about, some form of the city being, or some part of the city being involved in building up disadvantaged businesses, minority businesses. As we all know, small businesses are the backbone of the economy, and we just need more of those businesses getting the resources and the help they need to be able to qualify for a lot of these things. I know, we talk a lot about who's not qualified, and we don't have the businesses that apply for these things, but a lot of it comes from exactly what this training is about. They're not, they don't have the capacity or the wherewithal to apply for a lot of these opportunities when they come down. And I think, when we, have folks like Mr. Wright come before us, sometimes I think there's a disconnect in terms of what we're understanding that's coming from them. And that's saying that we need more programs like this. We need an office that does the same thing that Sawega Rising does. We need an office that's dedicated, whether that's the Community Economic Development Board or not. They need some form of the city or some department of the city to take this on, and I think that will go a long way to, shore our economy up. Again, going back to, our American Rescue Plan, one of the biggest parts of that was economic development, and that's a lot of times where those funds come from is federal dollars, but we also need to put some of our own skin in the game and fully fund the Community Economic Development Department department that's a department of the city that does not receive any city funds. We all, give money to, the outside agencies, whether that be, EDC, United Way, whatever other organization, those really favorite organizations, but there are organizations who are out here as well on the ground doing work. And we need to recognize that those programs are making a difference and, become more informed about these things. So I'm just very appreciative of you all making this presentation so some of what you do can be seen by this board and seen by the community. And we greatly value it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ms. Bird, now Dr. Pratt, he is the secretary of Sowega Rising?
Yes, he is.
That's the same Dr. Pratt that came up here and wants to impeach the mayor and 2 commissioners?
I'm sorry, repeat your question?
That's the same Dr. Pratt that came to that podium and wants to impeach the mayor and 2 commissioners?
So whatever presentation he makes are separate. Those are his personal opinions that do not have to do with what Sowega Rising and the work that we do for the community.
Okay. Now, Ms. Brown, this, the small business grant relief program is separate than the small business capacity building program.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
The city had already allocated money through the small business grant relief program to address a need among disadvantaged businesses. This was an additional allocation of funds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously both programs are, the objective of both programs is to address the need among disadvantaged businesses during the pandemic.
The very first program
Yes, ma'am.
was indeed to address those businesses that had been impacted as a result of the city shutting down, businesses shutting down, potentially, not being able to come back after the pandemic. The second program is more of capacity building, and those who participated in the grant relief program really weren't eligible to participate in this program because there were several businesses that we weren't able to address during the grant relief program. So as I guess a means of being able to service them too, but at the same time, build capacity at the same time, we created this second program because the need wasn't completely satisfied, and it still hasn't been, even with the grant relief program. But there were those who, as you all know, applied, but were not able to get the funding.
Okay. Did any businesses get funding under both programs?
Mistakenly, one did.
Ma'am?
One business did.
Just one business?
Just one business.
Okay, all right. Now, why was Sowega Rising, what purpose, did they manage the program?
They
or their
were
consultant?
They were ultimately tasked to manage the program. As Ms. Bird alluded to, when we first got together and I made the call, it was the original program was supposed to mimic the FDIC Money Smart for small businesses modules. And when I did my research, I found that it was only 2 businesses here that had the certification to teach the FDIC Money Smart for Small Businesses program. One of those was Sowega Rising, the other was Albany Community Together. So I asked the 2 of them originally to collaborate as we developed this program. But Albany Community Together, as you all may know, they've recently come into a lot of funding. So they could not spare the staff to go on and do this program collaboratively with ourselves and Sowega Rising. So Sowega Rising, as she explained, joined with the Marketplace USA and Michael Hill with a program that he had introduced in the cities of Augusta and Athens. And it was pretty similar to what we were trying to accomplish.
And Sowega Rising's fee was $20,000.
The fee to administer everything, to do all the, not just their fee, it was the fee to pay the subcontractors, the facilitators, I guess to do the web design, as well as to market the program as well.
Do you have a budget from Sowega Rising explaining how that money was spent?
I can get that if you need that.
Okay.
Be more than happy to.
And much of that $20,000 was expense, the website, the consultant.
The facilitator, subcontractors, and of course, the Sowega Rising's fee too.
So Albany Coming Together, they really weren't involved in this program.
Albany Community Together's business vice president, Johnny Hamilton, was.
Okay.
He was on the focus group that allowed us to be able to develop this program.
Okay.
He was an active member for that.
Okay.
And had an invitation to collaborate to administer the program jointly with Sowega Rising, but was unable to.
So to administer the program, you had to have this certification.
That's how we originally got together. Was I was trying to mimic the FDIC Money Smart for small businesses.
Okay.
And it was only two.
And we have only two organizations that are served.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Byrd or Ms. Brown? Commissioner Howard.
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Warmington.
No, just a question for Ms. Byrd. How many employees does Sowega Rising have?
We currently have one employee.
What's that?
We currently have one employee.
You have one employee? Okay. And I just see on your website, you've got a posting for 2 employees. I guess you're accepting applications for 2 more employees?
We have filled one. That's the one employee we currently have, which is our Rural Health Equity Director. And we're still currently looking for a Utilities Justice Director.
Okay, Utilities Justice Director. Okay. All right. So do you consider yourself an employee?
I am not, no.
Okay, so just the one that you recently hired. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No question.
Commissioner Young.
No, just again, thank you to Ms. Byrd and Ms. Brown for putting together a very worthwhile program, and I look forward to seeing more of this and more partnerships with the city, with Sowega Rising. You know, as we go through this, of course, you know, there are going to be, you know, some, I guess, you know, disagreements, consternations about some of our personal politics, but I hope that would not get in the way of providing valuable assistance to the community, to our business community, to our small businesses, and not let, you know, kind of politics get in the way of serving the community. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Byrd. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next item on the agenda is a recommendation to approve the Utility Board's recommendation to contract with Donald Smith Company for rehabilitation of well 27 for a total expenditure of $268,609. Good morning, Ms. Fields.
Good morning.
Ms. Norman.
This bid was advertised in the Herald on local channel 16, the Georgia Procurement Registry. Bid opening was May 18th. We only received one bid. When we polled the other potential bidders, we discovered that one had gone out of business and the other one didn't have the proper license, and they worked as a sub. So we were left with this one bid. Since that one bid was a little bit over budget, we decided to value engineer some of the work, and that work is listed on the agenda item, and that brought us down to the revised price of $269,609, and that is what we're asking for approval for that $268,609 to do the work at well 27. Mr. Norman and Mr. Anthony are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Any questions for Ms. Fields or Mr. Anthony or Mr. Norman? Ms. Howard.
Mr. Norman, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, sir. I'm doing well.
This is the lift station that we really have had some problems in the last couple of years, right?
No, this is actually a potable water well.
Okay.
Yes.
And the location would be where now?
It's on Watley Drive off of Stewart Avenue. So, if you look at it off of Westover side, it's right behind Lowe's Supply Center.
Oh, off, Lower Supply Center, off Westover Road, behind that, by the little, used to be Toys for Us in that area.
Yes, sir, it's a little bit east of there. Watley Drive is a little dead-end dirt street that comes in off of Stewart Avenue, kind of close to Nottingham Apartments.
Oh, okay, thanks. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. Could we get a little more explanation on the bid deduction of the remove the plumbing from job scope, other than the new base for $42,000?
On the deduction for the plumbing, the water department, City of Albany Water Department, we're going to do the plumbing ourselves on that job.
Okay, so we'll be self-performing that. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No, thank you, and I like the way y'all come together and realized it was a little high bid and pulled some of our great talent together and made it work, so thank you very much.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Worthington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Okay. This is basically, we talked about this before, it's almost sort of like rebuilding an engine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we only had one response. Any further questions, Commissioner Howard?
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further?
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Worthington?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Fields, Ms. Anthony, Ms. Norman. The next item on the agenda is the city's financial management policy. Mr. Brown is going to speak to us about that.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. This item before you is a requirement for us to review and adopt our financial management policy not less than every 3 years. This policy goes back about 10.5 years to December of 2010 when it was first adopted. We saw the need a few years ago to look at the city's policies and try to update those based on us combining with water, gas, and light, and really bringing the two entities together. We also had some financial advisors come in and do a financial overview of the city's position at that time 3 years ago. And in conjunction with that, that was in February 2018. A few months later, in June 2018, we revamped the policy and sort of incorporated some of their suggestions. And one of the things that it requires now is just for us to go back and look at it every 3 years to see if anything needs to be updated or changed. And the only thing that changed is in Section 4 under the capital improvement program, in addition to adding the mayor's name and the two new commissioners, Commissioner Worthington and Commissioner Young. We, of course, added you all's names to the policy, and we took out CAD 911 and replaced it with Fleet under the capital improvement program. We didn't really see a situation where CAD would be in a position to provide its own capital, and Fleet would, and so that was really the only change of any significance, even if you call that significant, that we made to the policy. So really just in keeping with the requirement to bring it back to you every 3 years, that's what we're doing this morning for you to review and adopt it at the meeting at the end of the month.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions? Commissioner Howard.
Mr. Brown, let me ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
On this, on the tab, Section 5, debt management, and where it say H, where you say, as of today, where it say cash balance of at least 25% of 90 days of cash on hand, and with a goal of 50%, 180 days on hand for the next 3 year rolling average, right?
That's correct.
So are we sufficient in the area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, next another question. if it just mainly just for money only, what would be in our reserve as of today?
The requirement is 5% for this board, which is, I believe, just over $3 million, and we actually have $4 million in that account. There's a 10% working capital account that's required based on this policy, which would put it around $6.5 million, and we have right at $12 million in that account. So combined about $16 million.
Okay. And you said reserve got like $4 million and 10% capital is $6 million?
Well, it would require a minimum of 6, but we have about 12. So combined, we have 16. But based on this policy, we should have 15%, which would put us in about the $9.5 million range. So instead of having 9.5, we have 16 million.
Okay. So if we have another storm or straight line wind, so our reserve is okay, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Ms.
Thank you,
Warburton?
Mr. Brown.
No questions.
Mr. Langstaff?
No question.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brown, for this. When we talked about the reserves again, can you explain, I guess, in terms of, for the audience, exactly what capital improvement program?
A specific part of it, Commissioner Young? Yes, I didn't quite understand the question again.
I just wanted you to explain to the audience what the capital improvement program, that 15%.
Well, now, the 15%. Now, if you're looking at the capital improvement program that references to 15%, we actually have to, the policy requires that we take 15% of our sales tax dollars to fund the general fund capital improvements. And that's really not a big number, but that is part of the policy. So for all of our general fund departments, be it public safety, recreation, we're required to set aside 15% of our sales tax dollars to fund the general fund department's capital improvements. Now, all of the other enterprise funds, they fund their own capital, but for the general fund departments that are funded by tax dollars, then we have to set aside 15%, which is about just under $1.5 million for the upcoming year, which when you think about the general fund departments, that's really not a huge number when you think about all of the public safety equipment that we have to purchase on an annual basis. But that is how that is set up. That's how that 15% is set aside for those type of capital improvements.
Okay. So overall, when we're talking about these reserve funds, I guess mandated by the charter, and we have these reserve funds. Are we doing, I guess, analysis of cost savings or anything where we can improve, I guess, savings to our citizens, specifically the ratepayers from Albany Utilities?
Well, I guess specifically, when it comes to rates, we certainly look at each individual fund to make sure it's self-sufficient. And so we look at the costs each year to make sure that we have adequate fees to cover those costs. And so whether it's sewer or light, gas, we look at those on an individual basis and just make sure that we're adequately funded to take care of those expenses each year. And we certainly look forward. I think even the presentation today talked about the future, what we're going to have to deal with down the road. And we certainly, when we're making suggestions and recommendations, we certainly look at that. We look, out down the road to make sure that we're adequately prepared for what we know is coming, and we also try to be prepared for what we don't know is going to happen, such as Hurricane Michael and any other disasters that could happen. We want to make sure we're prepared for those without putting any undue burden at that time on any ratepayers.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have some problems. I think maybe this has been on the shelf and we hadn't been doing what we're supposed to do, Mr. Brown. I'll try to go through this quick. On section 4, it says the city manager will annually submit a 5-year capital improvement plan for review by the mayor and board of commissioners. I don't think I saw anything like that last year. I received hundreds of documents, and I may be incorrect, but what I don't want to do is let's have this financial management policy and then not abide by it.
Right.
And what's important in this section 4, and this is why we need to maybe have a policy that when somebody's elected to this board, they need to sit down with Mr. Brown and be oriented on some of the business policies of the city. And by that, I mean, I've been the mayor for a year and a half. It says right here, approval and adoption of the capital budget by the mayor and board of commissioners constitutes authorization for the expenditure of city funds for these acquisitions. Now, if I didn't see a capital budget, and I'm assuming capital budget and capital improvement program are the same thing, is that wrong or right?
Yes, I mean, the capital budget that was presented, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but the capital budget would have been presented when Mr. Carter presented the budget for that year.
Okay.
And so you're only approving it for that year. Now,
Okay.
we'll have a tentative 5-year plan, but the only thing that is adopted is that year. And so, and it certainly has been a work in progress. I think our fleet department is working on that. Obviously, we have a 10-year plan for sewer, so that one is a work in progress, but you're only authorizing us to spend money on the capital for the current budget year.
Okay, that's in the budget then, so that's not a separate presentation?
No, sir.
Okay.
That's in the budget.
And then in section 3, paragraph 4, the city manager will provide the mayor and board of commissioners with an estimate of the city's revenues annually for the upcoming year. Is that likewise considered to be in the budget process?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I didn't think there was anything separate about that. And then in 11, this fraud section is kind of interesting. I was thinking fraud and corruption ought to be in the glossary, but I was wondering if the employees in municipal court had whatever training is required. In section 10, it talks about grantee department, and I don't think we have a grantee department. We need to look at that, section 10. Section 11, Section 11.2 says the city manager shall provide the Board of Commissioners a written status report concerning City of Albany's compliance with the financial management policy on an annual basis. And I don't think I got that last year.
That one did.
Sir?
I did.
We did?
October the 7th. Yes, sir.
Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
All right, just going through this, and we'll get it in the record, and we can look at it later instead of talking about it, because I know we have a special call meeting. In section 1(2), B2, it's talking about working capital reserve shall be utilized only with the signed approval of the city manager. I would think that should say the authorization of the commission. Section 2(2)F, it says informal monthly financial statements. I think that should just say monthly financial statements. And then in section K of section 2(2), again, the city will annually appropriate a contingency budget in the city manager's cost center to provide for unanticipated increases in service delivery cost and for unseen no other needs that may arise throughout the fiscal year. I would think the commission ought to authorize that. I had a problem with the definition. Of course, I talked to Ms. Subadan about that when you talk about the reserves, and it appears that our policy includes if FEMA owes us $2.6 million, we don't know when we're going to get it. That's included in that figure you just gave us. Is that correct?
In the
reserves
I gave commission, no, sir. The general fund is not owed any money from FEMA, so that number.
No. When you talk about what section is this, you talk about reserves in here.
Section 1.
Is it section 1?
Right. Under fund balance.
Okay.
Under committed fund balance, I guess section number 3.
Well, no, I'm sorry. It talks about the different types of reserves in here.
There's a working capital reserve, that 10%, and then the.
What?
That's on page 4 of 35, if that's the one that you're referring to. But the reserves won't include any money that's owed to us. This would be money that we actually have on hand.
Okay. All right, okay. So our reserves don't include money that is owed?
Correct. That's
okay. All right. Well, you get in a situation, I see business accounting, when people go in there to borrow money on the financial statement, somebody owes them $10,000 from 6 years ago, and they put that as an asset. And okay. It says on 6.5, the last paragraph, no officer or designee may engage in an investment transaction except provided under the terms of this policy and the procedures established by the investment officer and approved by the mayor and city commissioners. Do we have procedures?
We have an investment policy, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, okay. I mean, I guess that's what a new commissioner or a new mayor ought to meet with the CFO and then internal controls. Do we have those written internal controls under section 7?
Section 7.
Of 6, page 17?
Yes, we have a cash handling policy. Actually, it's in the process of being approved. We've got it developed, but we actually have internal controls inside in some, not all departments, but some have them done already. So we have an overarching policy that covers everything, but there's certain SOPs that are more specific to departments, and we do have some of those. Again, those aren't in all departments yet, but we do have an overarching cash handling policy.
Okay, well, I mean, there's 2 or 3 times it talks about having written policy. We need to make sure if we got a financial management plan that says you got to have a written policy, we need to have a written policy to partner or match with that.
Right.
And then section 11.1, I guess that's why we're here. The mayor and commissioners will review and adopt by resolution the financial policies contained in this document not less than every 3 years.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're doing here today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, for one, I think we should probably address these issues or just look at them and I think it's a big issue. You talk about the grantee department and you don't define it under section 10 because we don't have a grantee department, do we?
Well, I guess we got several departments that receive grants, and so it's really that receiving department, which could be.
Well, I mean, I think that should be a term, you know, the department applying for and awarded any grants.
We do have a new section that's going to be stood up to deal with grants. However, if you don't mind, could I get a list of those things that you had there? That way we can address each one of them.
Yes, sir.
And give you a response.
Yes, sir. I'll certainly do that. Any further questions for Mr. Brown?
Mr. Mayor, since we start our first meeting, our new budget, and since Mr. Brown and his staff know where every penny in the city should go or will go, I think we need to set a policy that, since there are 4 quarters in a year, have Mr. Brown to come before his commission and to give us a running tab of our finance. Certainly when you give an email, I like them, but I prefer just to have a hard copy paper that we can be informed and then be more engaged and ask intelligent questions about the finance. Since out of all department heads that are appointed, I think that we need to have on a quarterly basis, have an update from Mr. Brown to let us do. And the reason why, because I asked him for a list of long-term debt service, and some of these things are probably not be paid out sunset in another 30 or 40 years. So that will help us, not only for the new commission, but it will help the old commission as well to know that where our finance, what it stand, and our reserve.
I think under section 22G, you're supposed to receive a quarterly report. No, it said be reported, presented to the city manager.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't think it'd be a problem if we just had that report. Would that be a problem, Mr. Carter? Just putting it in an agenda?
You want a presentation? You want a presentation at the commission meeting, or you just want, the information itself?
I don't think we need well, I can't speak for Commissioner Howard, but I think if we got the information, that'd be sufficient. And if a commissioner wanted to ask questions about it, as opposed to having another item on the agenda, but Commissioner Howard?
Well, I think that, I don't like long meetings, but I think that when it comes to finance, because we're still collecting money from FEMA and GEMA until, I just don't know.
Okay.
I've even gotten the storms confused. We've had so many in a straight line wind.
So the answer is?
I think Commissioner Howard would like to be a presentation at a meeting, is that correct?
It would certainly help.
Okay. All right, I guess after a time or two, we could kind of expedite it and do okay. But if we had the meeting beforehand, we could ask questions and, okay. Anything else, Commissioner Howard?
That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Nothing else.
Commissioner Worthington.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young.
No further questions.
Okay. First, we have items for future agendas, and then we have other business. Let's take items for future agenda first. Commissioner Howard.
Come back to me later because I misplaced some notes about.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. I'd like to put on our July 20th agenda, have a group who wants to speak to us about Albany youth sports at Chehaw. We could put that on the July 20th meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you. Yeah, two things, Mr. Carter. You don't have to go into great detail, but I'm seeing some activity over at Food for Less, and I'd like an update on it. And I would like to really know exactly where Driscoll Park is at, what we've done, and what, where we're going with it, so we can really get it out, because it is out in the community, a lot of excitement, but I think we got lost into the budget. So Food for Less and Driscoll Park, if we could know where those two are at, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Warburton.
Yeah, to piggyback off Commissioner Fletcher, I even think Driscoll Park, I know Mr. Mathis mentioned it when he was speaking to us, but there are other funding options. The earmark, some other things through Sanford Bishop's office, I believe I learned that maybe some additional funding for that project that maybe, as Commissioner Fletcher said, if you can just come before us. And I remember when the mayor brought this up, we were choosing between two options, and we were talking about slashing it, cutting it, trying to stay within budget. But now with these additional funds, we might can go back and increase some of the programs and facilities there, possibly. So it might be just worth a discussion of, are there other things that we could do at that park to, help that neighborhood, give more activities, more programming for the kids and even adults in that area. So I think that'd be a good topic.
Commissioner Langstaff.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young.
Yes, I'd as well like to get an update on the renovations at Henderson Gym and Bill Miller Center, whether or not that's even anymore. This was, something that was, again, initiated by our past administration. Still don't have a plan on the table in terms of moving forward with those renovations in some type of way. So, and I've been asking for some time now, and have not got a clear answer as to why we don't have a plan, drawings, or even a consultant hired to figure out what we're going to do from here. So I'd like that at the next meeting or in short order. Also, I had asked about a called meeting or executive session to address the concerns about the staff communication and the matter that Mr. James Pratt had brought to this board, Dr. Pratt, excuse me, and I think I was told that we needed to handle that in a public meeting, but that was, I think, pointed in the direction of Attorney Davis, and I was wondering if Attorney Davis could opine on that in terms of how that should proceed, in terms of, I guess, whether or not we need to handle that in an executive session or utilize a public meeting to handle those matters.
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to send out the provision in the Open Meetings Act. If you're going to take evidence on something that happened or didn't happen, that would not be an executive session item. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look for that. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I would like staff, Commissioner Young has repeatedly said that the renovations of Henderson and Bill Miller were discussed under a prior administration. I don't think that's correct. And I'd like staff to check on it. I think if there was any discussion at all, it was after it became an issue in the last campaign. So, I mean, I don't think we have plans sitting on a shelf somewhere, but if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. I would like...
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think you're wrong because renovations had actually started. Bill Miller Center was shut down and I don't know if it was LRA or whoever had actually started. And once, I guess, the flood designation got started, that's what stopped everything.
Okay, well,
so they were on the that was on the book. That was
that was after I've been serving as mayor, Commissioner Young. I mean, I know that as a fact, but we'll just get the information from staff, and whatever the record shows, the record shows. But I would like on the next agenda to discuss putting speakers at the end of the agenda as opposed to the beginning of the agenda. And I don't expect anybody to have to sit through the whole meeting, but they can watch it on Facebook and get a good idea of where we are. I think that would be a better approach. So we can get that on the agenda, Mr. Carter. And now for other business, Commissioner Howard.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask you, have you received any follow-up from the school board and the county commission when you submitted the letter for the disparity study?
No. I received a letter not from the school board, but I did receive a letter from Chairman Cohilas. I thought I sent that out to everybody. He basically said that, the county commission will certainly consider it, but our participation should be in proportion to whatever our budget is, which I think is reasonable. So.
Okay. But you said you have not received anything from the school board as of yet?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Okay. Chris Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Chris Warmington?
Nothing further.
Chris Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Okay. I would like an update on Liberty House, and one thing, the issue about Turner. I think we all know that Turner basically would be cost prohibitive to restore it, but clearly, if we could all just get a one-page summary of what transpired, Mr. Carter, I think that would be beneficial, and we can wait for the master plan, but I mean, I don't agree with much of what Commissioner Mathis said, but I do know that we have a deficiency in our recreation programs in East Albany, and hopefully we're going to do something about it. But with that, this meeting will, no, we don't adjourn the meeting, we go into special session. Okay, could we call the roll?
I'll make a motion to go in executive session.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Mr. Howard?
No further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Nothing else.
Mr. Langstaff?
Need to state the purpose.
Yeah, it's pending litigation, and I thought I mentioned the SGRT lawsuit. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing else.
Could we call the roll?
Yes.
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 Yes. Ward 5 is a yes. Yes.
Mayor, yes. Room 120. Can we meet in 5 minutes? A case filed by South Georgia Rails to Trails against the City of Albany. No decisions were made. Is that correct, Ms. Davis? And with that, vote to come out of executive session, and we're adjourned for the day. Thank you.